That's all working.
Good evening and welcome to the August 5th, 2024 meeting of East Point City Council. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Shropshire. Present. Councilmember Freely. Councilmember Ziegler. Present. Councilmember Cummings. I'm sorry. Councilmember Cummings will be 30 minutes late. Councilmember Mitchell. Present. Councilmember Butler. Councilmember Martin Rogers. Present. Mayor Holiday Ingram, we have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Our invocation tonight will be by Reverend Robbie Johnson of Victory Baptist Church, followed by the pledge to the flag. Please stand and remain standing.
Would you pray with me? Father, I come this evening to ask your blessings on this deliberative body representing the cities of East Point, citizens of East Point. I do not know what kind of day these council members and mayor have had, but you do. And I would ask that they put the hard times of the day behind them and clear their minds for the work they are here to do tonight. Thank you for their presence, and may they look to you for leadership and guidance as they endeavor to lead this city into the future. Now to him who is able to do above and beyond all that we ask or think, according to the power that works in us, to him be the glory in the church and in Christ Jesus to all generations, forever and ever. Amen.
All righty. Our Sergeant at Arms this evening is Captain Robinson. Thank you so much for your service this evening. I'm trying to get in my laptop. Okay. So, although the Healthy Point Healthy Point is a year-round initiative, the 90-day Healthy Point is an intensive time of focusing on and building community and helping connect people to awareness of resources, healthcare resources within the city, services, as well as providing opportunity to participate in a number of health activities, exercise, as well as mental health sessions, as well as cooking demonstrations, and also healthy movie night to deal with the mind, body, and soul. And so I am trying to pull up my information while I'm talking, but tonight we want to recognize the persons who are the top incentive earners for the Healthy Point for 2024. So I believe this is about our 5th or 6th years, probably 6 years in years numbers, but 5 because the 1 year of COVID. And each year we kind of added on to, well, the number of people who earned, we didn't add on, the number of people who earned the top incentive has grown. And so I think we started out at maybe 3, then we went to 6. And last year we had 12. And that was also the first year that we had a youth who was recognized for earning the top incentive. And so the age range was from youth to our seasoned residents as well. And this year, we have topped all other years substantially. And I'm trying to, why can't I find my information? Hold on just a moment, because I want to make sure I share the right information. There it is. So this year we had 21 people to earn the top incentive. And so the top incentive, I'll go in rows. So we had over almost 300 people total register. For the 6-week incentive, which is an insulated tote bag, insulated lunch tote bag, we had 67 people earn that incentive. For 8 weeks, meaning for 6 weeks, you had to participate in one activity per week for 6 weeks to earn the insulated tote bag. We had 42 people earn the 8-week incentive by participating in 2 activities for 8 weeks. That was the signature Healthy Point gym bag. We had 25 people to earn the 10-week incentive, which is participating in 3 activities for 10 weeks. And these don't have to be consecutive. They earned a Yeti. So that was 25. And then our top incentive earners were 21 who participated in 3 activities for 12 weeks. So you get a $200 gift card, not provided by the city. We have some amazing sponsors who are providing those gift cards to us. So city funds are not used for these gift cards, as well as recognition at a city council meeting and a dinner, myself catered by either celebrity chef or our Tri-Cities High School culinary department. And right now of course, school just started today and the students are getting back and getting acclimated. So we look to have that dinner the week of August 26th. But I'm going to read the names. And before I read the names, I want to share with you some of the activities that were provided. So we included health services. We had a run walk. We started off with a 2-mile walk around the park. We had yoga. We had total body workout. We had Pilates. We had chair fit. We also allow people who participate in programming at the Bowden Center to earn 1 incentive a week for participating in 1 activity there. We had cooking demonstrations at City Hall. We had sessions on mental health to destigmatize mental health and talk about mental health versus mental illness. And because we all have a right to have a healthy mind. And we also had sessions on nutrition. We had our culminating event, which was our 5K run walk. We had the bands in the point with Effect Fitness. So just a host of activities. Our farmers market was one of the activities per week as well. And so the people that I'm about to name are persons who were able to actually earn the top incentive. And we want to definitely thank our sponsors that include Aetna and SA Recycling, Georgia Power, ATL Airport District, and also Morehouse School of Medicine for sponsoring us. And also like to recognize East Point Farmers Market, East Point Parks and Recreation, Effect Fitness, the H.J. Bowden Center, Senior Multipurpose Center, Impact Church, Phys Ed, Tammy Cook, Dr. Nelijah Green, and Bryn Lamone, who was the nutritionist, as well as for all of our partners. So as I call your name, there's a couple things. So this is part one. We do have your gift cards tonight. So as I call your name, you're going to come up, and Shannon, who's my assistant, who absolutely coordinates all of this and makes sure she's tracking everybody's participation every week. So I want to say thank you to Shannon for making sure we dotted I's, cross T's, and quadruple check some people who were very insistent to make sure that we were fair and recognize those people who actually earned the incentive. So as you come up, Shannon is going to give you that. And then we also will be having the dinner again later this month. And so without further ado, I'm going to call the names. Some of them are not here, but I want to recognize everybody by name, and those who are will come forward. Nazia Abudulai. I might have messed that up. I'm sorry. Please say your last name for me. Abdullah. Nazia Abdullah. Emmy Anderson. Edith Borders. Yes, please stay up front. We're going to all take a picture. We're all going to come down and take a picture with everyone. Edith Borders. Terry Bowens. Sylvia Breland. Fran Charles. Kathy Dingler. Audrey Dixon. Suzette Gooch. Chris Hartman. Deborah Johnson. Lena Lewis. Maggie McCullum. Bill Oliver. Sheila Oliver. Cannon Phillips. Kendall Phillips. Maisha Smiley. Jonathan Stevens. Maria Stevens. And Evan Lantigue. And there's our youth again. Let's give it up. And so I think at this point, we probably have people who've been in this group for at least 3 years. So if these are the people who at least it's 1 year, if you have been a top incentive earner for 2 years, raise your hand. If you've been a top incentive earner for 3 years, raise your hand. 4, do I have any 4s? I think Miss, you're 4. Yeah, that's your, yeah, don't be shy, raise your hand. Yes. So thank you all so much for committing to the health journey and walking it with us together. We know that being healthy is not a size, it's a lifestyle, and it is a daily journey. And so we will continue to have Healthy Point initiatives and activities throughout the year. But right now, we're all going to come down, and hopefully somebody from communication, there she is, has the camera, and we're going to take a picture with all of you.
First year with the Healthy Point, so I
You got
know
to talk into the mic so they can hear you. Right here. There you go. Right here.
I can't turn like that. I'll go back here.
because of the Healthy Point, it prepared my mind and my body and my soul for an extensive back of the neck surgery where it had to go through a lot of fat. The doctor said because I was in shape that I'm healing much faster than most. And my only contingent with him was, "Hey, you have to schedule this after the Healthy Point." So all of the activities that I did not really care to do, like strengthening, those are the ones that helped my tissues and prepared me to be here today without a neck brace. And I appreciate all my team members. Andy and Holiday. Thank you.
Yep. All right, next up, we have presentation on our tax millage rate by the Finance Department. Mr. Brown.
Yes, Madam Mayor and members of the council, I would ask if Ms. Cynthia Hammond, her staff could come up and walk us through a tax millage rate presentation.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. What we're going to be doing tonight is looking at the millage rate at several different levels. We're going to look at it from the perspective of 13 mills, 12.75, and 12 mills. Mr. Jackson is going to take you through the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Up on the screen, as you will see, it shows the millage rate at 13 for this year. If we were to go with the 13 mills, for the year, we're looking at $2,295,748,371. Our motor vehicle stands at $4,052,630. Mobile homes stand at $76,119. Good. The gross total would come to $2,299,877,120. The exemptions that we're going to show this year come to $132,690,908, which brings us down to a net of $2,167,186,212. If we go with the 13 mil and you multiply that times your net, that's going to give us a net tax levied of $28,173,421, which is an increase over last year of $2,409,970 and an increase of 9.35%. That is also going to be 8.33% over the rollback millage rate, which is 12. The next slide, we show everything stays the same except we change the millage rate to 12.75. At 12.75, we would have a net taxes levied of $27,631,624. That's an increase of over last year of $1,868,000 $173, and that's an increase of 7.25%. And that would put us at 6.25% over the rollback millage rate. This next slide is going to show the rollback millage rate if we were to use the rollback millage rate to calculate our net taxes levied. So everything would be the same, except we would multiply it times 12 mills. That would bring in $26,006,235, which is an increase of $242,783, an increase of 0.94%. And that's if we match the rollback millage rate. This next slide we're going to show is going to be a fair market calculation, which shows you the millage rates times several properties. The first one is going to be a $200,000 home. At 40%, that home has an assessed value of $80,000. If we use the rollback millage rate of 12, that's going to give the property taxes at $960. If we use the millage rate at 12.75, that's going to make the taxes $1,020. And if we use the millage rate of 13, it's going to make the taxes $1,040. The next fair market value down is $300,000. If we multiply it times the 40%, that gives you a value on your assessed value on your home of $120,000. At 12 mills, your taxes would be $1,440. At 12.75, $1,530. And at 13, it would be $1,560. The next down is $400,000 home. At 40%, your home is assessed at $160,000. Your millage rate at 12 would make that a home's taxes $1,920. At 12.75, that would make that home $2,040. At 13 mills, that would make that home $2,080. Now, that does not include any exemptions. That's only on the tax portion. Any questions?
Thank you for your presentation. I don't see any lights on as of yet. So I noticed that this is projected that we'd actually approve it at the beginning of October, and that there will be 3 public hearings. I think you
That would
said
have to be-
September
that would be-
3rd, September 17th.
That was if we had have gone earlier, but now we would have to redo them depending on when we are told to move ahead. So I have to have three meetings after I get an approval.
So
go
we
with
need to
what you
decide
want.
which rate we're gonna go with. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So what is staff recommending, Mr. Brown?
Yes, staff's recommendation is, go back to the slide there.
Staff is recommending the 12.75.
So can you go back to the 12.75? I want to see the increase amount. So that's an additional almost $2 million, $1,868,173. What are those funds going to be used for?
Well, we budget 27 million in property taxes in our current budget, but we already know we only collect 95% of that amount. So really and truly, we won't see those additional dollars unless we collect that 100%. We're not going to do that.
So the number here doesn't mean anything.
Yes, Madam Mayor, the number does mean something. This millage rate is the millage rate that we use when we prepare the FY25 budget. If you recall, we prepare our budget before we actually set the millage rate. And so this 12.75 mils, it assumes the budget that we already put together and that the council has already adopted.
I thought in that we had the millage rate at 13 mills.
We did.
We did, yeah. So
Yes.
we adopted a budget based on 13 mills.
That is
Staff
correct.
is now recommending 12.75 mills. And if we actually go back to the rollback rate, it'll still be an increase of around 242,000. So
That is correct.
you're recommending the rate that the budget, we use 13 mills for the budget that we've already approved. You're recommending 12.75. Why not the 12 rollback rate? Why not the rollback rate of 12?
Because it puts us under our property tax projection, which was $27 million. We're only projected to collect, was it 26 million?
Yes.
And which that would mean we would have to look at cutting some of our expenses to balance our budget.
Go, if you could go to the 12 mil slide for me, please. And the 13 mil.
13.
Yep, that one. And what's the budget amount? Because neither of these have the 2024. What's the actual amount from the budget that but you said it was 27 million
27 million, yes.
even?
It's like 27.6.
Okay, go back to the 12.75. And that'll be 27,631. Okay. Council member Butler.
Yes, I have a question. At the 12.75 millage rate and only expecting 95% collection rate, what would that total number be? What would the budget be? Do you have that prepared?
I don't.
So it would be 95% of the 27.63.
That is correct.
$26,250, sir.
Mhm.
And
Minus
so what's our
27.6.
current budget? How would that affect the current budget?
It's going to put us below that amount, but I already know that I have some areas that I can work with because with PD, we have some vacant positions that we know we have to adjust for, so we can make up the difference there.
If we reduce our millage rate now, what happens if we have a slow up in the economy?
If you have what now?
If we have a downturn in the economy where we aren't able to collect at the same amount, or if there's a decrease in property values, then how would this put us, what would be the threats to our budget and our current rate of employment? If
We
we
would
do a
have to-
SWOT analysis of reducing the budget, what would be the threats? Let me preface this statement. We were very fortunate that during COVID, we didn't have to lay off anybody, and we never reduced any services. My concern for reducing the rate is that it may put us in a precarious position where we don't have any wiggle room in case the economy change. Could you help me? How would this budget be affected if those things occur?
It would definitely require that we reassess the entire budget and look at our services and determine if we would need to make any additional cuts to make the budget work.
And would it be more pain for the consumer, our customers, our residents, if we reduce the millage rate and then have to increase it again?
I would suspect so, yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. And to answer that question, yes. It would be. If you cut it too low, and then you have to go back and cut services and then increase it, let's say to the highest mill, it would be paying on the residents. So what is the recommendation of staff where if there is, let's say, a downturn in the economy, where where the city would be still okay?
We would stick with the 13 mills.
Okay, thank you.
Go back to the 13 mil slide, please.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, 13 mills at a 95% collection rate is still under. It's 26,764,750. So the still being under, if it with a 95% collection rate, even if we're at 13 mills.
Madam
A
Mayor.
little over 800,000.
That doesn't include what we collect on delinquent taxes as well.
Say it again.
We collect on delinquent taxes during the year as well, so that will help to make up some of that difference.
You know what our average delinquent taxes collections are,
Yes, between
like roughly
roughly between 200 and 300.
between 200,000 and 300,000?
Yes.
Any other questions from council?
Yes,
Member
Madam Mayor.
Butler?
Yes, Madam Mayor. My ask of council is, and if it's okay with the finance department, can we take a week to look at these numbers and be prepared to have this discussion at work session so we can really try to weigh the pros and the cons of what we're proposing? Would that allow you enough time?
Actually, we're already behind schedule.
One other follow-up question, not off the mark. When is the deadline for people to argue their assessed values?
That was August 2nd.
On the 2nd?
Yes.
Okay.
And we did post it. We posted it on the website, on our social media as well, to let people know that the deadline was August 7th to appeal the assessed value.
Okay. And so people have already received their assessment, their assessed values at this point for,
That's correct.
okay. So this would go into effect next year?
No.
What you're proposing? Oh, this is what we will charge. So they've received their assessed values, but they haven't seen the bills don't come till later in the year.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Every year we're at the deadline. Every year, this gets brought to us when there's no time for council to consider. And each year we say, we want time to consider. And so with the public hearing on September the 3rd, I mean, there's no reason why we still couldn't have further conversation at the work session and then approve after that, like at the 19th. But like every year this gets brought to us with no time to consider the options, what the additional funding is going to be used for, why are we asking or saying to the residents we want to keep the millage rate at this point, for what reason? So as we're looking at a budget calendar or just calendar as it relates to this, like, I know there's always that we have to wait for the tax digest to come out. When did the tax digest come out?
It came out at the beginning of July.
Say it again?
July.
It came out in the beginning, so it just came out?
Yes. That's been
The standard.
Standard, and that's
Why we keep getting it late.
Yes, ma'am.
That comes from the county.
Yes,
Correct.
Councilmember Ziegler.
So it sounds like to me that in order to solve the solution where we're able to have ample time to consider all the options. We're able to budget better, so that we're in alignment with the Fulton County property assessment. It sounds like we may need to look into or consider like changing our fiscal year to match Fulton County's. So then that way we're better able to have more robust conversations when this time comes. Would you agree with that?
That's certainly an option.
That's an option. Okay. Interim city manager, what will be your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it would be a really good option because you get to set your millage rate and then that can help us develop the budget. What we're challenged with right now is that you're behind 1 year in audited financials. So the budget that we estimated is an estimate of this year. So hopefully when we get tonight, you have an item on the agenda to approve an auditor, that person can get started with the FY24 and we can build a better budget. But I think changing the fiscal year does make sense because Fulton County is a calendar year audit. And I think this is a mindset shift. This is different from your practice, but it makes sense. You're able to set the millage rate, you're able to discuss it well in advance, and you get the certified values. And so you know exactly how much money you're dealing with or the taxpayers you're dealing with. So it makes sense. I can check with staff if you'd like and see how that affects the departments and come back with a recommendation if you want to do that. But I hate to say this, we are in a hurry. We are.
Yeah, and interim city manager, if you could check with the other departments, I think that would be wise. So we can start, trying to figure out how to get the train back on its track, so to speak. Thanks.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Yes, I would like to defer my question to the interim city attorney. I'm sorry, the city attorney. My apologies. I just heard a discussion or somewhat discussion about changing the budget calendar. Your thoughts? Are you able to provide a legal opinion on that?
Certainly if the goal is, I'm sorry, well, good evening. Thank you. I think this is on, yes. Good evening, Councilwoman Martin Rogers. So I think if the goal is to change the fiscal year so that you're doing your budget after you set your millage, then this conversation makes sense.
Mhm.
But the digest is going to come out usually July, late every year. That's not going to change. And you're going to do your collection of your property taxes in December. It goes out at the end of the year. So maybe October, November, it goes out with your collections coming in, usually at the end of the year, sometimes right in the beginning.
That's correct.
So that's not going to change. But if it is to indeed start the budget process after you have set the millage, then the conversation makes sense.
Thank you.
So changing to a calendar year won't really impact collections because we still don't get the digest until July. And so we still won't be able to set the millage rate until after that. And that millage rate is for collections in the same year. But maybe instead of having to do a budget amendment, we do several budget amendments a year. But one, it will have to be if we make changes to the millage rate. I guess it might alleviate one budget amendment. What's the status of the FY23 audit? The FY24 audit isn't due until the end of this year.
That is correct.
Right. So we've done 21, we've done 22, and they're working on 23.
Mm-hmm. Everything is
So we're
on
not behind on
schedule.
24 yet. It's not due yet.
That is correct.
Okay, but 23, when will it be due?
We're on schedule with it. We actually have a meeting with them this week to see what and if there's any requirements that they still need from us in order to start doing the actual sampling. So we're hoping that's going to start within the next week or two.
I'm not trying to get you to give me an actual date, but do you think that's another 30, 60-day process? Like, what do you think as it relates to 23?
I would say no more than 45 days, because we had said that we wanted it done in August. And I had a meeting with staff today, and they said that a lot of the information that we needed to provide had been provided. So we just need to meet with them and determine if there's anything that they're not happy with that we may need to revisit, as well as when they can come out and start sampling.
Be around mid-September.
Yes.
And then we'll be on track for 24, because that's not due yet.
That is correct.
So I get time is of the essence. There's an option of putting it on the work session and indicating that action may be taken in the event that we're ready to take action on Monday, the 12th. Is this something that has to be done today? So let's back it up. How much, so the first public hearing you have scheduled here is for September the 3rd. When does that have to be published in the paper?
We can do it.
Talking
We can work with council and everyone else. The only issue is this. Normally, we try to collect the money before the end of the year. And the longer we push it out, the further down at the end of the year. Normally, we collect around the middle of December.
No.
Anywhere between the 10th and the 15th. So if we need 10 days in which to get the first ad published.
So we're well away from 10 days before September the 3rd. On this schedule, is this the right schedule? September 3rd for a public hearing, September 16th for a public hearing, and
Yes.
Monday, October 7th?
Yes.
So if today is the 5th, next Monday is the 12th, that would still be almost 3 weeks.
It should be able to do it. Yes, ma'am. We'll be able to do it.
I'm just legally, like, what's the publication? We gotta,
Have to add to them 2 weeks before.
Oh, wait, not 10 days.
The print ad I know comes out on
We'll do it on
Wednesdays,
Thursday.
and you have to have it the
The
week
6th.
before. I think the Tuesday, the week before, to ensure that it gets in print. I need to look up how often you have to run it, because if there is an increase in your millage based on either your increase in it or the digest has gone up, resulting in higher collections, then you do have to have these 3 public hearings.
3. Yes, ma'am. 3. So if we go over the rollback, you have to have 3 public hearings.
notice it as an increase, and so,
But starting January 1st, 2025, House Bill 581, we won't have to do that anymore, but that doesn't start till next year.
what will happen then?
Then you don't have to do the 3 public hearings for an increase based on the digest. You'll have to have it if you just go up in your millage, but not if it's,
Oh, if you actually change the number.
that's right.
Okay. So 10 days, that means it would have to be into the newspaper by August the 28th to make this 10 days before, or August 21st. So if we talk about it Monday, it seems like there's still time.
Okay.
City Clerk, if you could put it on the agenda for Monday and indicate not action may be taken, millage rate, because I'm not trying to get ahead of the public hearings. So Madam Attorney Wiggins, how will we need to indicate it on the agenda? I don't want people to think we're adopting the millage rate then, because we have to do 3 public hearings.
The public hearing will be advertised just like any other public hearing.
Yeah, but staff needs us to make a decision as to what millage rate we're gonna post in the advertisement. And so
So you have to post it higher. You cannot approve something higher than what you advertise. So if you advertise it at 15, which is our max per the charter, you can always go lower. But if you advertise at 13 and you want to approve 15, you can't do that.
Oh, so they could already go and ahead and publish it for this schedule, and we can have the meetings and talk about it. But the question would be, what are they gonna publish it at? They want us to help give make a decision on the front end about what we want to publish.
So from the presentation, it sounded like the highest number was 13, right?
Right.
So maybe publish it at 13. Which is, what is the millage rate for FY 24?
13.
Yeah, publish it at 13. And then if you guys go with the staff's recommendation at 12.75, you're good. Or if you keep it at 13, you're also good.
Or if we go to the 12, we're fine. Long as we
You
go
to
under.
12, you're fine. Just can't go over.
Are we okay with that? And then that gives us time. That definitely means we'd have time to put it on the work session, and we don't have to indicate action being taken. And so, Attorney Wiggins, do we need to have a motion to authorize staff to publish the millage rate at 13 mills? Do we need to, for them to do the notice, since we have 3 options? Any other discussion? If not, is there a motion to authorize staff to publish the public hearings for the millage rate at 13 mills?
So move.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Oh, and if we could still put the presentation or discussion on the work session. All right. Do we have any committee reports? I think I missed. Oh, so Budget and Finance Committee met and discussed the millage rate. Human Resources Committee met and talked about evaluations of direct reports, grievance procedure, and whistleblower. And those committees will be meeting again this month. Adoption of before we do that, that's what I forgot. I do have an announcement. So this is regarding the cyber security issue that we had and the investigations surrounding it. There was an investigation by the federal government into, this is the cyber attack with the wiring of funds to accounts that were not, or vendors that were not actually real vendors of the city. That resulted in a little over 1.1, I think it was 1.2 million being sent out, of which we immediately recovered $485,000. There were insurance claims filed, and we're still trying to work on resolving those and receiving the funds. I'm not sure if we received the funds on that. And then there was council directed staff to refer the case to the district attorney's office. Council member Freely, prior to joining council, also had reached out to the district attorney's office, and then council directed staff to have a forensic audit completed. So at this point, I think the appeal issue may be close to final, but I don't have the final number. I will be giving out, issuing a complete holistic statement once the forensic audit is completed. So all of the information is captured in one place, but I want to give updates as we go along. As it relates to the Fulton County District Attorney's investigation, the Fulton County District Attorney's Office initiated an investigation into the cyber fraud incident that resulted in the loss of city funds. The city cooperated with the investigation and provided all requested information to the DA's office. The city recently learned that the DA's office declined to prosecute any individuals associated with the city at the time of the cyber fraud, and they have closed the case. The DA's office cited a lack of evidence to continue with prosecution. What remains is the forensic audit for which the city is awaiting a report. I greatly appreciate your patience with this process, as we definitely remain committed to recovering as much as possible from this unfortunate incident. So the DA has investigated and decided to close the case and not move forward for, I want to say it right again, lack of evidence to continue with prosecution. The last piece is the forensic audit, which we hope to have completed in the near future, and then there will be an update on that, as well as a comprehensive statement regarding the entire incident. Is adoption of the council agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up, approval of city council minutes from the July 15th regular meeting of the East Point City Council. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve the city council regular meeting, July 15th, 2024.
So moved. Is there a second? I heard a second. Oh, it's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up, the minutes from the special call meeting on July 22nd. Councilmember Shropshire. So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up, we do not have any public hearings. Do we have any public comments this evening, Madam City Clerk?
We have 3 public comments this evening.
Okay, thank you. Chapter 2, Section 2-2002BB, Rule 28. The public may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. Speakers must complete a comment form prior to the start of the meeting. Subject may include any subject of choice. There will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speakers that have signed up to speak may give all or part of their time, up to 3 minutes, to another speaker for a total of 6 minutes of speaking time. Speakers may address the council only once during this time of the agenda. Speakers must identify themselves and their address prior to speaking. Questions from the speakers may not be addressed during the public speaking section of the agenda. East Point residents will have priority over other speakers. There will be a total of not more than 60 minutes for the public speaking section of the agenda. Speakers may only address the presiding officer. Speakers shall observe all rules of decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenity shall be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule any such individual out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing. Madam City Clerk, you may call the first speaker.
Up first, we have Ms. Barbara Boyce.
My name is Barbara Boyce, and I live at 1356 St. Michael Avenue. And I was wondering, I've been living there about 40 years, and I'm wondering, is Colonial Hill a part of East Point? Because nothing been done in Colonial Hills in 40 years. The exits are the same. The entrance are the same. The grass is overgrown. The limbs are falling over, and it looks terrible. Also, I've been trying for years to get my street paved. It's terrible. It has cobble rocks, which should have been replaced years ago. Also, at the end of my street, there's a dead zone. So I asked the council to fix that place up so people won't just go down the street, even though they see the sign, and go through the dead zone. Nothing done. And it plus it need a sidewalk. I got trees on my street that are falling over in the street. Call City of East Point to cut them. It's left up to the neighbor. Now, this is putting us in danger. The people going up and down the street in the cars, and we don't know when the tree's gonna fall on us, and we are having deadly storms. So either the city of East Point need to give these people a code violation or something, or East Point Power need to come on my street and cut these limbs from causing us serious headaches. Because every time the wind blows, the trees blow. And then where we got the street lights, the limbs have covered them. So it's terrible. So I'm wondering, are we a part of East Point, Colonial Hill? Because at track 1, East Point used to cut that grass. And that was the only beautiful thing coming into Colonial Hill. But lately, they stopped doing it. So where's all our taxes in Colonial Hills going? Don't we count in Colonial Hills? We right off the expressway. So what's going on? I called the DOT. They just can't do very much. I don't know why, but they won't do it. So that is my disagreement with the city of East Point. Thank you.
Up next, we have Ms. Naima Chike, and she had time given to her by Marie Terry, so she'll have 6 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon, good evening. I'm so excited to be here. Anyway, I am here with a couple of people from East Point Forward. It's a group of residents from all the different wards, and we're a little concerned. We're a lot of concerned about this blue water that's coming at Blunt Street and Cedar Avenue. It's some kind of deep ravine thing that I was told runs to the TIF site into the South River. So I'm here to ask the council if they would just look into what is going on with this blue water. I went today to look at the water. It's all encaged. They put a good big fence up. You can still get in. And today the water is not blue, but the water, of course, is subjected to the runoff from all the rain we've had. So the water is not blue today. It's not blue. It's not green. But we do have some pictures showing when it is blue. And so we are asking how we can help the city to look into doing some type of environmental assessment of the water. I don't know if they can bring in the Georgia EPD, which I understand is Georgia Environmental Protection Division, or whatever, but we're here to work with the cities on how we can all get together and help with this runoff, which of course, as you know, is going into the rivers, going into the streams, all that good stuff. And that's all I have to say. And thank you for that. 4:30. Oh, that's with my 6 minutes. Oh, my 2 minutes. So Ms. Marie's going to speak also. Thank you.
So since she didn't use 3 minutes that Ms. Terry had given her, just start the 3 minutes for Ms. Terry. Just have them separate.
You ready? Thank you.
Good evening, Marie Terry, 2855 Seven Road. I wasn't supposed to speak. She's supposed to take all those minutes. But anyway, I can vouch for the blue water. When I first got here, I did show some videos and some pictures to some of your council members about the blue water. And I have walked Cedar Avenue. I have walked River Park. I have walked Norman Berry. I have been to Martell Homes. I've been in the back of Martell Homes. That's where I found 6 barrels of whatever it was, but it had not been analyzed. I talked with EPA. I emailed EPA. And what they did, they got in touch with the EPD. I met with Miss Martinez and Martell Homes, and the barrels was moved. They gave them a certain number of days. That was back in February, of course. And the director of Martell Home, Mr. Span, the gate was unlocked with all the barrels because the kids was playing in all the water. That was removed. But just like Miss Chaik says, I can't hardly pronounce her name, but my group here, which is Forward East Point, which is directed being Oprah Baker, we just want you guys to kind of look into the water because the water in the back of Park Lane Elementary is blue. Now, we walked 2 weeks ago on Nomaberry, someone from Georgia Tech, some kids, and the water was tested. We walked and the water was actually green. So like she said, doing all the rain and all the water's not blue, but we want to know why the water's blue. But we would love for you guys to kind of get in there and help us out with that as much as we can help you out, because there's a lot of, brown space here in East Point. So please help us find out why the water's blue in River Park with the kids from Park Lane Elementary playing, and with that gate there. The gate is wide open, and it is some corrosion. And we have spoke with Greg of Parks and Recs, and they're trying to get that done. But we would love each and every city council to do their best, and we're going to help to get out there and find out, because the water, it is contaminated. It do have lead in it. The fish, the birds, they can't get in that water. But what about our children over there at Martell Home? That is the base of that TIF site. Please help us get that done for our children and for the school. Thank you.
Those are all the public comments we have this evening.
All right, thank you to everyone who spoke during public comments this evening. Next up are our agenda items. Can we get a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action of auditing services with Malden and Jenkins?
Motion. So moved.
Moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Brown?
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Agenda item number 3 is a request from staff or the council to review and subsequently approve auditing services for a company named Malden and Jenkins for the FY 24, 25, and 26 audits.
Is there a presentation from staff?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this item came before the Budget and Finance Committee, and it was introduced there. And so, as you know, we need an auditor. You currently are engaged with TAB and Associates. They're doing the FY 23 audit. They'll be completed here. We want to get started into the FY 24 audit. This actually went out for solicitation. It went through an RFP process, and Malden and Jenkins, they emerged as the best qualified proposer. And they are not here this evening, but our recommendation, where are they at? Oh, so okay, yeah, Mr. Moses is here from Malden and Jenkins. Should the council wishes to have him come up and present his company.
Are there any questions? Councilmember Butler?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I do have questions. The last time we approved an audit company without really asking any questions, we had a fiasco, to say the least. So I do have questions. When we approved the Fernandez person, it was just based on rate. He gave us the cheapest rate. Could you tell us about the experience of this particular company? Or maybe they want to present to us what their experiences are.
They would probably be in the best position to talk about their experience. We could have them come up. I could just say that Malden and Jenkins, I think they're almost 100 years old. In full transparency, I've been in other cities that we've used Malden and Jenkins all over the Southeast, including Georgia. So they're a pretty big company. They're more than welcome to come up.
So you all may come forward. You're asking for a 3-year contract, so you can come forward.
Good evening. I'm sorry. I'm a partner with Martin Jenkins, been with the firm 25 years, and I can answer any questions you have, but our governmental practice is the largest niche at Martin Jenkins. We audit more governments than any other CPA firm in the Southeast. We audit over 700 governments, including the city of Atlanta, College Park, Union City, a lot of your metro Atlanta cities and counties and school districts. So a lot of experience with state and local governments. And so we're ready to get started as soon as your 2023 audit is done.
Madam Mayor, I'll yield and let others speak in case they have something to say.
I'll go to Councilmember Cummings. I'm looking at the agenda attachment. I don't see the scoring sheets for. Yeah, all I see is a contract, and I think this came up before and was placed on the agenda, then was removed to go to the Budget and Finance Committee. Because I'm not recollecting what happens because the Budget and Finance Committee ordinance says that there's a recommendation from the Budget and Finance Committee to the council, but I don't see the scoring sheets. So go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one quick question. Your turnaround time for an audit?
Come again, I'm sorry.
Your turnaround time for the audit. So let's say you get this contract. So 2024, what's your turnaround time for doing a?
So as soon as the 2023 audit is done, we'll schedule a meeting with management of the city to do our planning and preliminary work. And as soon as the city says that they're ready for us to come out and do the audit, then we're out. We're coming out to do it. So it's depending on the shape of the city as far as their records for us to come in and do the audit. So I would say, so for instance, if the 2023 audit is issued no later than September 30th, and we can come in and do planning and preliminary work real quickly. And as soon as the city says they're ready for us to come out, if they say the end of October, and if the records are in good shape, we can bring a team. We have a lot of resources. We have over 14 offices and a strong governmental practice. And so we can come in and get the audit done by the end of December. Again, depending on the shape of the county, the city's accounting records.
Okay, so 45, 60 days, 60.
I would say
60, 90 days.
60, 90 days, yes, ma'am.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I see the interim contracts and procurement director coming up. I would like to know who the other companies were who bid and what the scores were. So he's over there.
Oh, okay.
He snuck up while you were talking.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Madam Mayor, I'm not sure why it's not coming up on your agenda items, but it should be page 3. But if you can see right here at the top, here are your scores. We have Martin Jenkins at 89, PJC at 62, Platinum Financial Services at 46, and TAB at 73.
I'm looking at the contract, and I just want to make sure it's for 3 years at $270,000 total cost. Where is it? $87,000 for FY25, $90,000 for FY24, 90,000 for FY 25, and then 93,000 for FY 26. Says the consultant also agrees to completing an inventory observation before the end of the current fiscal year. Cost shall be included in this payment of services and shall not exceed $12,499. What is the inventory observation?
So again, you have a June 30 year end, you have material inventory value here at the city. And so you have to have the external auditors kind of come in and do an observation of those inventory items to make sure that they're on hand, and then that's a calculation done to calculate what the value is at year end. And so that's normally done by your current auditors. And so since your 2023 audit is underway now, and since management had recommended us, we worked with management and said, hey, we can come on in and do the inventory observation at June 30. And if you all decided to go with another CPA firm, then we would have that fee for actually doing that inventory observation, and we can turn those papers over to the new auditing firm that you all would have selected if it wasn't us. But since if you all recommend us or approve us to do your audit, and then that fee is included, those services are included in the fee for the 2024 audit.
That's what I was about to ask. So is this $12,499 plus the other services?
That was the maximum amount, and I think it came out, don't quote me on this, around 4,000. So it's less than that. And I'll say the total cost that you all are looking at, that's the base fee for the financial audit. And if you all require to prepare your financial statements, then there's an additional fee for that, and then also a fee for doing your single audit as well. So if you had 1 or 2 federal award programs, there's a small extra fee for that.
Yeah, so I'm not familiar with these additional fees. Previously, when we've approved auditors, it's been all-inclusive, like we haven't had separate amounts outside of what those ranges are. And I don't see, and I could be reading too quickly, but I don't see the amounts for all these other things. So the pricing, the score for pricing, where's the cost? So you all scored pretty high on that, but if we're about to get charged for financial statements, single audits, and inventory observation, what is the real total of this contract?
So for fiscal year 2024, if we have to draft your financial statements for you, I think that's like, don't quote me on this, like 10,000 or so. And then if you have to have a single audit for one of your federal award programs, there's an additional fee. So if you have one single audit program, the drafting of your financial statements, the total cost for fiscal year 2024, I think it's like 106,000.
So where, Ms. Hammond, how many single audits do we need? I mean, I don't think that's something that is an unknown.
No, we do require one.
How many do we need?
One single audit.
So 10,000 for financial statements, 10,000 for single audit. I'm just saying, I don't see these reflected, and I could be reading this too fast, but I don't see that in this contract.
It's in the engagement letter. Did you all attach the engagement letter?
Yes, it was included. That's the next item on the agenda.
But the engagement letter generally reflects what's in the contract. Yeah, there's no engagement letter attached to what we have in the contract.
Looks like, Madam Mayor, that they're separating the two. The auditing services looks like it's separate from the services for the single audit and the financial statements, which is under number 4, where there is an engagement letter dated June 25th.
Oh, separate agenda items.
Exactly.
But I mean, I only been here 10 and a half years. I could be wrong. I don't recall this separation. I recall previously, and Ms. Hammond, you've been here several years. Is this I don't recall us breaking out services outside of the cost for the audit.
Well, there usually is a separate fee for the single
Can you
audit.
talk in the mic?
There usually is a separate fee for the single audit, but I think it has been included in the total in the past.
And the reason why we kind of separate it out is because it could fluctuate. One year you may have one program, next year you could have 2 or 3, and one year you can have 0. So it depends on the total amount you've received and what's been expended. And that threshold is actually increasing next year from 750,000 to $1 million.
So city attorney, an engagement letter is not a contract, right? But why would the engagement letter be different than the contract?
I think that it likely is a personal determination, right? They made a business decision to make them separately, or we could have asked them for them to separate it out. I just don't know. I wasn't a part of those conversations. So an engagement letter can be a contract, right? If we accept the terms therein, then we are in contract with them to perform the services in the engagement letter. I believe it has price and then it has all the details of the financial statements and the single audit. And if I understand Mr. Moses correctly, the reason that they separated it out is because if you hire them to be your auditor, that's going to be over a multi-year, right? And I'm going to put a pin there to tell you that I would want the contract to read that it ends at the end of the year or the end of the fiscal year, and then we have automatic successive 1-year renewals as opposed to a straight 3 years. But that's a side note. So if they're your auditor for multiple years, and say in 2025, you don't need a single audit, then you're not going to pay for that and the price will look differently. And so you would be engaging them separately for FY25. I had a bad example. It's FY24 you would be hired for. So for FY24, you will be hired, if you approve this, you'll be hiring them to be your auditor now and for the next 2 years, 3 years. And you would be hiring them to be your, the vendor to do your single audit in your financial statement. You may not need them for that in subsequent years.
And correct me if I'm wrong, in the past, the city has drafted its own financial statements. And so that's why it's separate.
It's true.
So staff not drafting statements no more? Let me see if somebody. Councilmember Freely.
I just have one question. I don't know if staff can answer this or who, but so these additional costs that we're talking about, was that calculated in the score that we're seeing, or would those additional costs impact how you scored on that particular criteria?
Dermot, if we can get you to come up and walk them through pricing, because I know that the contract and procurement division, they're responsible for looking at pricing.
Correct. So the initial, to Attorney Wiggins' point, the initial contract was before the engagement letter. So this came up, their scoring for that base salary of 87. If you want. But the extra fees were in the proposal. So this is the breakdown of their lump sum for the cost proposal, and this is what they were scored off of. Let's just say, for hypothetically speaking, if we just add those other charges, they would still be the projected winner, even if they got 0 points on the cost.
What did the solicitation ask for? Did it ask for all of the services inclusive? Or did it ask for a separation like this? Because are we looking at apples to apples and looking at the other scores for other companies like that their pricing? And I know like the second highest was 12 points lower, right?
Correct.
So I get what you're saying on that. But the question still is, what did we ask for in the solicitation?
So we did ask for just the base salary, if I'm not mistaken, from the finance department in regards to what you were.
No, we asked for everything that we need because we know we have to have.
Let me jump in there. Hold on a minute. Just let me make a statement here. Okay, so this RFP is a standard RFP boilerplate that we provide to almost every solicitation that goes out. Okay, the difference is that the scope of work is prepared by the department along with contracts and procurement. In that scope of work, it only talks about trying to obtain the best proposer. It doesn't go into detail about, all these other things that we're talking about. It talks about references, experience, and these kinds of things. So that is what happens in an RFP process. So it is. So if you got a specific question, I'll try to answer it, but it's not all the questions I'm hearing right now.
This was a RFP, request for proposal, or request for qualifications? Because I think
Request for
that's
proposal.
referring to a request for qualification where you just get experience.
No, this was an RFP, request for proposal.
Okay. For Councilmember Ziegler.
Yes, thank you. So, we just kind of touched on in the earlier discussion about the millage rate possibly changing our fiscal year. So if we decide to do that, how would that change the audit year? Because I would assume that the year that we do the actual change in, it would be like a year and a half worth of information versus just your typical year, correct? So how, would this be flexible to doing something where we would change our fiscal year?
So yes, so we've had this to happen with several of our clients that decide to change their fiscal year. Sometimes there's a short period that you have to audit, a 6-month period. And so we can talk about what that would be if y'all decide to move forward. It wouldn't be more than what we're quoting you for in a given year right now. So it wouldn't be something higher than what we're quoting you at now.
Okay, thank you.
Attorney Wiggins, did you have something?
Yeah, I think the question that we're trying to get to is whether or not you got prices from the other bidders for financial statements and single audits. I don't know the answer to that, but I think that's what you guys are trying to get to determine whether or not this RFP included these additional costs that you find in the engagement letter. So if that can be answered, did we get prices for financial statements and single audits from PJC, Platinum Financial Services, and Tab and Tab? I think that'll answer your question as to whether or not the pricing for those additional items were contemplated for the scoring.
Yes, we did.
Perfect.
So then that takes me back to why wasn't it all included in the contract? I get what you're saying, and that a letter of engagement can be a contract, but we're talking about the same time period. And it could have been in the contract, just reference if these services are needed, then this is what we would use. But we have it bifurcated, and it sounds like, or it looks like on the scoring sheet, the pricing for the financial statements and the single audit from Malden and Jenkins was not what was included in a solicitation that asked for everything all in one. And so we are where we are, but I don't know if anybody actually has a copy of the proposal yet, their general terms and then their scope and their things that they're specifically supposed to respond to. And so if all three were supposed to be included in the cost reflected in the response in the proposal, then we would have seen those numbers there. But I mean, what's your name again, sir?
Doug Moses.
Mr. Moses?
Yes, ma'am. So we did attach a cost proposal with the document that you all were looking at that has those base fees. It also talks about the free continuing education classes that we offer to our clients free of charge. And then it also talks about if the city is requiring for the auditors to draft the financial statements, then additional fee would be this. Because I think the RFP was vague on whether or not the city would be asking for the auditors to draft the financial statements. Then it also talked about an extra fee for if you have to have a single audit performed.
Thank you. And that makes sense because in the past, staff has drafted financial statements. But the city attorney mentioned that her preference would be that instead of this being for 3 years, that it's 1 year with a renewal. And so it could still be the same pricing Was that your recommendation, Attorney Wiggins?
Yes. And they can be automatic successive one-year renewals.
Unless we terminate within certain days, like 60 days notice, something like that. Mr. Moses, the term right now is fixed at 3 years. There's no right of termination. There's a 30-day notice at, I think, termination clause that we can terminate with 30 days notice, but it's not a 3-year this is a 3-year contract, not a 1 year with renewals.
And I'll say each year, although if you all approve for a 3-year contract or what have you, each year we have to do an engagement letter for that specific year that will come to you all for approval. Because there's different things that we have to include in the engagement letter based on AICPA and GASB standards. And so, so each year we have to update our engagement letter to make sure we cover those requirements. And so each year you would get a new engagement letter.
Attorney Wiggins, are you okay with that, or do we need to change the contract?
I'll be quiet so you can ask me again.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said, are you okay? Mr. Moses just indicated that there will be a letter of engagement for each fiscal year. And I guess if we gave 30 days notice, there's a termination clause. I saw 30 days. I just read it quickly, but he's saying that each year, although it's a 3-year contract, for each year, there'll be a letter of engagement that'll come before council for approval. Are you okay with that, or do you prefer there being a 1-year term, or does that help with that concern?
I think if that's how the business practices, and then you say GASB requires it, regardless if it were successive 1 years or straight 3 years, you would have to do that anyway. Oh, so yeah, that's fine.
Any other questions? And although we've talked about them together, we'll still need to vote separately since they're separate items and a contract and an engagement letter. Any other question or any action from council on this item? Mr. Brown, did you have something? I see your light on.
Sorry.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Do we need to make a motion? I make a motion that we approve the contract, the auditing service, that selected vendor Malden and Jenkins for the FY 24, 25, and 26 budget.
I second the motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Discussion. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The next item is for financial statement. Financial statement preparation, performance of a single audit, and testing of major federal programs. It sounds like a whole lot of add-ons. Is there a motion? Oh, I really didn't read it. Somebody can make the motion. I was just making a comment. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'd like to make a motion for discussion and possible action for approval on the fiscal year 2024 annual financial audit services, Malden and Jenkins LLC engagement letter of audit services, 24 additional costs not included in audit service financial statement, preparation, performance of single audit, and testing of major federal programs.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Are there any comments from council? And Councilmember Martin Rogers, I forgot about your appointment, so you can go first.
All right, thank you so much, Madam Mayor. The first thing I would like to do is thank everyone who donated and came out to the Teacher Back to School Supply Drive. And that includes you, Mayor, and Councilmember Shropshire. On Friday, July 26th, we met at City Hall and packed over 432 bags for local teachers.
On July 27th, teachers took advantage of a back-to-school supply drive geared towards them. I will have a more formal presentation at our last meeting in August, but I just wanted to say thank you all so much for your support. The teachers that did come to the drive-through were so appreciative. I have a board appointment to the BIDA board I'd like to make a motion at this time to appoint William Collier to the BIDA board.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
All right, and the last thing is this. I have 2 petitions in my possession that I have been circulating since becoming a council member January 1. And the first says, please sign this petition if you live in Heritage Park, Savannah Walk, Summerled Trail, or Ben Hill Road. This is a petition for traffic calming devices along Ben Hill Road that I'm going to read into our minutes, Mr. Brown, and also submit these names to you because it's been very difficult advocating for traffic calming along Ben Hill Road and not getting any traction on the issue. So it says, we the undersigned hereby petition the city traffic engineer for a determination for preliminary eligibility for traffic calming at Ben Hill Road, Camp Creek Parkway, the Welcome All Connector. We further state that each resident is at least 18 years old and a resident or business owner on the specified street. And then it enters my contact information. There are over 100 signatures. We would like a traffic study done on Ben Hill Road, especially since Microsoft is now in play. And also MARTA will be changing their bus stops. It shouldn't be this hard, to get these things done for Ward D. The other is pertaining to Catalina Circle traffic calming devices. It also has over 100 signatures, but as I've been emailing you, Mr. City Manager, it is slated for the fall, but when? We have to start putting timelines and closing out some of these projects that are important to the residents that we represent. It says, we the undersigned hereby petition the city traffic engineer and the city manager of East Point, Georgia for a determination for a preliminary eligibility for traffic calming devices on the following street in the Sun Valley community, Catalina Circle and Calmer Drive. We further state that each resident is at least 18 years old and a resident or business owner on the specified street. This also has over 100 signatures on it. So I am looking forward to continuing the dialogue and getting an end or some sort of resolution to the needs of the people that reside in these communities. And thank you so much, East Point.
Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for those of you who attended council meeting today in person or via some mean of social media. And I just wanted to thank everyone that came out on the 27th for our Ward C book bag giveaway. We were able to give out 145 book bags, and then we also took them over to the churches, and they were able to give out another 100 book bags. So our partners were Word of Faith, Love Center, Victory Baptist Church, St. Paul Missionary Baptist Church, St. Paul AME Church, Tri-Cities Church. We had our pickleball group, We Pickle, Mr. Willie Blanks of the Plug at the Tavern on Camp Creek, and East Point Parks and Rec. Thank you to all of those people that donated a ton of school supplies. We also had our vendors that came out, the Social Pit, DJ Royalty, all about the Bounce Inflatables, Creative Experience with Sade Face Painting. And what we're going to do now is from those supplies that were donated from all of those churches in the tavern, as well as Chick-fil-A on Cleveland Avenue, we'll be able to put gift baskets together to give to each one of the schools, and they will sit at the front office because we still have a lot of kids that will attend school that won't have adequate school supplies. And those schools that'll benefit will be Tri-Cities High School, Resurgence, Rise, Asa Hilliard, Woodland Middle School, Paul D. West, Hamilton Homes, Conley Hills, and Park Lane Elementary.
So for all of those schools, look out for the churches and the pickleball group and Parks and Rec and our ward C representatives. And I'm also inviting any council members that want to come out as well. And we're going to make those donations to each one of the schools at the front office. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So first, I'd like to give a shout out to Yolanda Johnson. She was really instrumental in helping somebody that was living out under Norman Berry Bridge for some time, and Jefferson Park neighbors really helped this person out along with other people all across the city. But it was with Yolanda's persistence and hard work that that she ended up getting this person housed. It was a lot of work, and I just want to say thank you so much to her. I also want to say thank you to the resident from Colonial Hills from coming out tonight. And Madam City Clerk, if you could give me her information so that I can connect with her after the meeting, that would be great. And then regarding the blue water, so I know a lot about this issue. This is kind of my wheelhouse. So crash course, the blue water comes from a site called the TIF site. The water literally glows. The water actually reflects off of it. And it's from over a century worth of contamination. There are 4 companies that are responsible for this blue water, and it has been deemed as a class 1 site, hazardous site, which is one of the highest classes of contamination you can get. This blue water goes next to Park Lane Elementary. It also goes feet behind residential homes. So it is a really big problem. And the contamination includes a lot of heavy metals. So there's mercury, lead, cadmium, arsenic, nickel, lots of heavy contamination there. And it's going to be very challenging to correct and remediate, but it's going to take coordination from all levels of government. I know that Representative Nikema Williams, she posted that she has increased environmental programs in East Point, and I have reached out to her office to get more information on what's coming. And if you would like to join Opal Baker, that would be fantastic. Her group is East Point Forward, and you can email her at epforward44@gmail.com. Thank you.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Thank you. And I'm going to close out with this. I also need to thank Yolanda Johnson. She was instrumental. We had that apartment fire, the park at Galloway in East Point a couple of weeks ago, and she has been very instrumental with working with the property managers of that community, and also helping those displaced families. And also, East Point residents, if you know anyone in need, we do have an office of equity right here in East Point. But shout out to Miss Yolanda Johnson. And thank you, Miss Johnson.
Thank you. I would like to say thank you to all the East Point residents. In particular, I would like to say thank you to Council State Representative. Sorry about that. I'm having a Biden moment. Tanya Miller. Tanya Miller, Zach Wolf, and Jermaine Wright for our downtown cleanup that was held on Saturday. It was very successful. We picked up a lot of trash. I want to thank Charles Moore for also helping us to make that happen. Thank you very much.
All righty. I want to say congratulations again to the graduates of Construction Ready. Aerotropolis Atlanta Alliance has a MOU with the city of East Point for construction ready workforce development classes, as well as Strive ATL, which is logistics workforce development classes and training. And so on, I think it was Friday, there were 18 graduates from the Construction Ready program. 2 were women. who successfully completed the program, have earned several industry certifications. It was a partnership with Aerotropics Atlanta Alliance with support from Fulton County as well. And they went through the training, and all of them, 100%, all 18 people had jobs to show up to today. So it was 100% placement rate for that workforce development training. Everyone got a letter on Friday to show up at a work site today. Some were Georgia Power, H.J. Russell and Company, and some, I think it was Merck and another business. But we want to say thank you to the employers who actually ensure that now these participants will be able to have livable wage jobs in the construction industry. And congratulations again to the 18 graduates. I don't have my paper with me. I would have read it. But I was very excited to say, I think this was one of our largest classes, our largest class. And the staff talked about just like the commitment, the dedication, and really the work ethic of all 18 of the participants. I could tell that they had bonded. They have their own little network and community of support. But every one of them showed up for a job today, and were now employed who were formerly unemployed. And one of the participants said the program saved her life. And so we're excited to be able to partner with our organizations within the community and within the region to have such positive impact on the lives on people in our community. The majority of the participants were East Point residents, but there were some from other areas within the region as well. I think that is all I have. I feel like I'm missing something. Let me see, council members chimed in. No. Do we have any executive session items from legal?
2 legal, 1 real estate.
2 legal, 1 real estate. Mr. Brown? Council? 1 real estate. I have 1 real estate and 1 personnel.
No,
Any? So go ahead and add it just in case. 1 legal. Anyone else? That's 3 real estate, 3 legal, and 1 personnel. Can we get a motion to recess
Motion
into
to
executive
recess
session?
for 3 real estate, 3 legal, and 1 personnel.
So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. We're in recess.
Y'all up first. Okay, madam.
Hey, Terrence. Hey, this
Hope
is
you had
Howard
fun.
Brown, man. I can't talk long, but I got a minute. What's going on?
I wanted to introduce you to the council, but
Yeah, the key is underneath the mat.
they're gonna
So-
scatter because we gotta go into an executive session. Yay.
3822. No, man, that's a key under the mat. You didn't see it.
That's what I was doing.
I was there early this morning.
And someone, I had to chill.
Yeah, 38.
Hello, ma'am. Oh, I can introduce you to Councilwoman Star Cummings.
3822.
So this is
Silver.
Terry. Terry is a law student, a rising TL at Tom Marshall. So she
Okay.
came to hang out with me today. Oh, yes. Hopefully she had fun. I need to pick up.
Yeah.
You go.
Got it done ASAP.
Can I introduce Councilwoman Shropshire to Terry real quick? This is Councilwoman Shropshire. She's Terry is a rising law student at Rising TL.
That sounds good.
At John Marshall. So she came to hang out today. You may see her again. Yeah. She's learning. You speak my friend. Just 3 years. What's that? Oh, that's your phone. I was like, what is that? It's gonna go. Okay, let me grab my stuff.
If you will. I think
That
Wednesday night
makes
works.
sense.
Wednesday night
Okay,
works
Terry,
better.
if you have any
Still here.
questions, call me, and then you'll work on those 2 things.
Yeah. Okay. 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 Sounds good. Okay.
That's,
Can I get a motion to reconvene?
So moved.
Is there a second? It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. A motion to approve executive session meeting minutes.
Motion to approve executive session meeting minutes.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?